Okay, so good morning, everybody. Welcome to the New York meeting and a number of final meetings. Final meeting, obviously, of 2025. Final meeting in this meeting room in IFAC's offices, and of course, my final meeting as chair. But we've got quite a lot on the agenda, and hopefully there'll be a lot to celebrate by the time we get to the end of the week. So with that, then in terms of attendance, Ross, obviously we have Karen joining us periodically during the week. Anybody else?
We have Yoon and Noriadi joining us online, and we have all of the members present.
Great. Okay. So I think first off, we move to item 1.3 in terms of the minutes from the September meeting. Are there any comments on those? So not seeing any hands raised, I think we approve those. We also have the minutes from the October 2025 virtual check-in meeting. Again, any comments on those? No, so we take those as approved. So then we move to item 1.5, which is the CAG update, and a very interesting meeting yesterday. So Fabienne, to you on that.
Thank you, Jan. We had actually, yes, indeed, an excellent CAG meeting yesterday, shorter than usual, but all the more intense. So starting with our implementation session on the transition to accrual accounting and progress in sustainability reporting in Africa, we heard from the CEO of the African Association of Accountants General about the situational context in the African region for both financial reporting and sustainability reporting. We heard about the enablers of IPSAS adoption and approaches for transitioning to accruals. So CAG members engaged with a wealth of comments and shared experience in their jurisdictions, and contacts were made to follow through the discussion after the meeting. I personally noted a lot of very good points. The idea of embarking the whole of the government and not just the Ministry of Finance in the transition to accrual process, the peer mentoring by leader countries, and that sustainability reporting is not just a compliance exercise, and that it's also about resilience and trust building. Overall, I was impressed by the level of CAG members' engagement that well reflect that collaboration is key to progress project. The CAG then discussed two IPSASB projects. First, a project that you're going to discuss this week, strengthening the linkages between IPSASs and the IMF Statistical Manual, the GFSM. And here, CAG members were asked their views on what aspects of the project should be focused on in communicating the project's benefit to the accounting and statistical communities. And I'll share more details of CAG members' comments during the discussion tomorrow. And last but not least, CAG members were prompted to provide illustrative examples to help the practical application of materiality in both the financial reporting and sustainability reporting spaces. So more on this as the agenda progresses during the week. And as always, I'd like to express my appreciation of the board members, TAs, and observers' attendance yesterday. Many thanks indeed for your time, for your support, and for your interest in the CAG's activities. So that's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabienne. Any observations from any of the board members or TAs that were there for the session yesterday? Okay, well, no, thank you very much, and thank you to the CAG members. I think a lot of very good perspectives shared, so very helpful in terms of supporting the board as it moves those projects forward. Now, next item is the update on the IPSAS project, but I'm not sure, we don't yet have John Verinder online. So I think we'll then move forward to the other items. I don't think there's anything to note, particularly on the IPSAS IFRS dashboard. the IPSAS GFS dashboard wasn't circulated this time. Priority is really on the agenda item on that, and then the dashboard is consequential. So that will be back next time. And then finally, to note the report on the outreach and communication activities. And again, I think to thank everybody that's been involved in that. It is an important part of our work. And I know that, it does take a lot of time for volunteers. So thank you again very much for everybody that has participated during the quarter. And it's certainly something that, in terms of report backs to IFAC, that's one of the things that we do report back on. So are there any other comments on those opening items? Okay, so with that, Ross, we move to your Programme and Technical Director's report.
Thanks, Ian. And I'll just walk through a couple of items, kind of setting the scene for the week. And a very important meeting, a pretty landmark meeting in a number of ways, as it is Ian's final meeting as chair. And we'll be welcoming our new chair in January, who's observing the meeting this week to make sure he understands where the board is and help with the chair transition. From a staff and board perspective, we have been managing the transition as a board and as a staff team since the beginning of the year, building to this very important meeting that we have here today, where we've got a few landmark approvals at a time when we're meeting in the IFAC New York space, likely for the last time, as IFAC will be moving offices. So in a number of ways, it's the end of an era, including a standard setting era, and kind of a start of the next era on taking forward the implementation of a couple of really important standards. So framing our week ahead, and as for a board and for our community online, we have three big approvals coming up that relate to the use of the guidance. So we have the first sustainability standard, Climate SRS 1, that we're looking to approve today, actually. And I mean, if we take those who've been around the board for a few years and watching online, you might remember the board back in 2022 of December having some really important discussions on how could this board possibly take forward these tasks and move them forward, and a lot of questions that still needed answers. And I'm quite happy we're here today with the approval of the first standard looking like it's set to go well, and the board well prepared, and a lot of progress in a very short period of time. And that was one of the challenges that was provided to the board in that May 2022 consultation, and the feedback we received was how the board could move quickly to a solution on some of these topics so that the process of implementing them could get on. And with that being said, I do want to highlight during this session, as I have the time, a couple of important organizations that have been supporting us on this journey. So as always, our normal funders and those who allow us to do this work are important to highlight. So IFAC in particular, a number of member bodies in countries from around the world, Canada, New Zealand, and specifically are important to highlight. But we had some special new friends who've been supporting us on the journey on sustainability. So at the very beginning, when we wanted to get started on this topic and didn't know where to go, we got some seed funding from ACCA. And ACCA gave us a small amount of money to get the research and scoping off the ground that got us to the position of that first consultation paper and the starting point for our sustainability standard setting journey. So I just wanted to record formally thanks to ACCA for that support at the beginning of the journey. And I'm very, very happy to highlight that in the public gallery today, we have two representatives from the World Bank, Patrick Kabuya and Dimitri Gorfinkel, who are sitting at the back. Many around the board might not know Patrick and Dimitri well as other colleagues at the World Bank, but I can tell you from the staff perspective, they're great allies and supporters of IPSAS around the world, working with our country partners to help them on their PFM journeys and helping push for the accrual adoption around the world, and that accrual adoption should have IPSAS at the center of it. And in particular, I want to thank our World Bank colleagues because they're here today because they want to witness the approval of the first climate-related standard. And the World Bank has been a financial supporter as well as just a general supporter of this initiative in the work. So there are many, many World Bank colleagues who aren't here today, but Patrick and Dimitri are here to represent World Bank. And we're just very thankful. We've had the resources they've provided that have made it possible for us to move this program a little quicker and to focus on the right issues. And the support continues in 2026 as we move to the next phase of the project on public policy programs. And as we start to think about implementation support and other areas where we might be able to collaborate with World Bank in the future to build out the supporting implementation space for the standards. So thank you very much, Dimitri and Patrick, and the World Bank.
We might just share our appreciation for all the work.
And with that, we do have two other very important approvals. Our tangible natural resources standard is up for approval today. Again, this journey is a little bit longer than sustainability reporting. I think it started in early discussions in probably 2017 and in the strategy development process in 2018, when this became a topic of relevance for the board to address. And we had a long journey on that project through developing the project brief, the comprehensive consultation paper, and lastly, the ED that went out last year that we've been working to finalize this year. And this is an area where we're developing public sector guidance for the first time, and an important area of guidance that many countries around the world have been waiting for us to complete this important work on. And last but certainly not least, in terms of approvals for this week, we have our exposure draft on linkages with government finance statistics and updates to IPSASB 22. And again, this is another long-running initiative that runs longer than a decade since the work started with IMF and other partners in the statistical community to try and work to reduce the differences between the different reporting frameworks and the subsequent development of the IPSASB policy to try and narrow differences with GFS in our process to set standards on a regular basis. And tracking those areas of difference and working over time through the various standard setting processes on both the statistical side and in the IPSASB's work to start to narrow those differences. And I think now with this project, we're at the stage of getting ready to better communicate to all communities on how that underlying accounting information available when you've adopted accrual and IPSAS to be used for statistics is something you should be thinking about and planning in your PFM processes to make better use of that data. So again, we'll be discussing that tomorrow, but this is a very important ED, a little different than our normal exposure drafts, but important nonetheless. With that, a couple other items to touch on my report. Later in the week, we'll talk about our engagement with the academic community. We've got a call for papers out, and I believe this is now our 5th call for papers with the academic community. And each subsequent call and each engagement with the academic community gets stronger and stronger, and we get more abstracts and more papers more relevant to our standard setting. And I'm very happy to say that this one's been the best yet in terms of interest overall and engagement. And we're building towards an academic co-meeting with the CIGAR network in June of next year. Dave will update us later in the week in agenda item 12 on more on the academic process and where we stand. And last but not least, we will have a final session this week. It's a little unique where we'll talk about 2026 and beyond, again, building on the work of the board this year and starting that transition to the future chair and the future board and how we'll take forward the remaining projects on the work program. So with that, that brings me to the end of my short summary on agenda item 2. We will revisit the PTD report and the work program at the end of the week, dependent on progress. I've already pre-written what I think that's going to look like. So as long as we execute as planned, I won't have to do any rewrites. But we'll see if we have any surprises along the way. Thanks.
Thanks, Ross. So just pause to see if there are any comments from board members on Ross's report and questions. Okay, so seeing no flags up, I think what we will do is, although we have a break scheduled at 11:10. I think it's a little too soon to have a break. So I think we'll get started on item 3 in terms of the natural resources project. So we'll just allow Edwin to come up to the front and get settled, and then we'll kick off with discussion on that.
Thank you, Ian. So we're going to talk about tangible natural resources held for conservation, and in this session, hopefully we'll get an approval of the draft standard. I'll start with the changes that were made since the October check-in. So that's agenda item 3.2.1. And there hasn't really been that much because what we've done is really just executed on the instructions from the check-in. So I don't have the clicker. Sorry. Thanks. Okay. So in terms of core text, we've added a paragraph to talk about the unit of account so that now it has a consistent structure as the AG paragraphs. We've also added a BC on reclassification. So this was reclassification in and out of IPSASB 51. And then we've also added an implementation guidance paragraph on when a resource is held for multiple primary purposes. There have been other changes in the final standard, which are mostly editorial. The one that I do want to point out is in paragraph 24 on page 7 of the PDF, we did add a little piece to the core text. And the reason for that is in IPSASB 3 right now, it does say that for if you're changing from the historical cost model to the revaluation model for intangible assets and PP&E, that change is not considered a change in accounting policy. So it's to be applied prospectively. And I received a member comment saying that, well, if we're doing that for intangible assets and PP&E, that should also be applicable for tangible natural resources held for conservation. So what I've done is added that into the core text in this standard, and then also propose an amendment to IPSASB 3 to add that to the paragraph that talks about intangibles and PP&E. So those were the key changes to the standard since October. I'll pause here for member comments.
So thank you for the introduction, Edwin. So are there any comments on those changes that staff have made since the October meeting? Yep, Angela.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Edwin. I just wanted to check, I had a question and remark on the reclassification point on the first agenda item. How did you want, do I raise that now or do I raise that when we go, how do you want to receive comments?
I think if you raise that now, Angela, because we're not planning to do page by page. We've done that already. So
I thought that was the case.
I
just wanted to check.
Yeah, if you want to do that now.
On the reclassification, and it was something that I did raise at the check-in meeting, and I guess I would have recommended bringing forward the transfer or the reclassification from another standard to the IPSASB 51 in the core text. And when I and I think the suggestion in October was do a basis, and the basis said that we weren't providing any guidance in 51. But when I reviewed it this week, I noted there is an example in non-authoritative guidance on rewilding. And in fact, it's a very good example of a reclassification and I do think it's quite prevalent. I think as entities start to figure out biodiversity, there may be more rewilding situations. And I noted in the rewilding example, it referred to go to the authoritative text of IPSASB 16, which was the investment property standard, and it actually referred to paragraph 66. And then following paragraph 66, there's quite a lot of core text on reclassification. And so I guess the first point is the BC's not quite correct in the fact that we have actually provided guidance. I think the BC says we've provided no guidance, but we have in non-authoritative. But I think part of this project, when we moved to held for conservation, was ensuring that this could stand alone and you didn't have to refer to another standard to do the accounting. And I think in the investment property standard, it does talk about transfers to and from. And I know this is probably not ideal, but I do think that should be elevated to the core text in the reclassification section rather than just a BC, because I do think it could be a prevalent issue in the future.
Thanks, Angela. Edwin, back to you on that.
Yeah, I don't think it will be difficult for us to move what is essentially in the BCs now to the core text, or it could just be a simple statement saying that the accounting the other way is essentially following the same principles, which is you apply the old standard up until the point of change in use, and then going forward you would apply IPSASB 51. So I don't think that will be a lot of effort to amend. It's really up to whether the board feels strongly about adding that in.
Andrew, you on that?
So just to add support, I think, reading through it as well, I do think that for natural resources, it is one where it would be perhaps more prevalent that items are moving in and out. If I look at IPSASB 16, we've got clear guidance on both in and out. And so I think it would be consistent to put it in here as well.
So just to check, so the proposal on the table is that there is core text based on IPSASB 16 that it's in this standard, to Angela's point. Looking around the table, does anybody disagree with that? I mean, my proposal, I think, in terms of handling that, Angela, would be that, because I'm seeing agreement from around the board table, is that in terms of today, we move to approval, but it's subject to seeing some drafting come back, and we have a slot on Friday morning. So I think what I propose, Edwin, is if you work with Angela and Andrew on that in the interim period, and then we just see that back. But so the approval today would be subject to, if everybody's in agreement with that. Okay. You look like you've got another comment, Angela. Okay, go for it. And then I know I've got Patricia and also Noyati online.
Thank you, Chair. And these are not showstoppers for approval from my perspective. We just noted, and it's more an editorial, I believe, Edwin, is when we talk about in paragraph 47, we talk about the asset revaluation reserve moving with the carrying amount. There's the way we've just phrased it is it sounds like you bring the carrying amount plus you add the asset revaluation reserve. So there's just it's just an editorial. But on that point, we do have, if applicable, by bringing the asset revaluation reserve. And it was just a thought, Edwin, maybe in the basis we should say the if applicable, in my view, is there because the asset revaluation may not be identifiable because we use a class by class revaluation process in public sector, and it may be that you can't identify the revaluation because it's incorporated in the class. So again, there was just a comment for the basis to say what do we mean by if applicable. Thank you.
Thanks, Angela. So the if applicable came in the September meeting. So I think as you're suggesting some clarification in BCs, that's not something that detains the approval by the board, and that can be dealt with through the normal editorial process if everyone's okay with that. Okay, so thank you for those points. So I go to Patricia next, and then I've got Noyati and Camilla in that order.
Thank you. My question is related to the paragraph in AG about unit of account. I agree with the addition of the paragraph 6 in the core text, but in my view, the location of AGs make difficult to understand the connection with the core text, because AG2 is about identification of natural resource health for conservation as 88 and 9. And 83 to 87 is about the recognition, because you talk specifically about the natural resource held for conservation and the unit of account if a part of the resource or of the resource has a role. And then I think it's better to change the location. And I think the sequence in AG2, AG8, and AG9, it's better to understand what is in the scope and out of the scope. And the other paragraph, you'll be in the section about the recognition. This is my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. So is everybody okay with that suggested repositioning in that way? Okay, thank you for that. So that will come through the editorial process, but we're agreed we make that change. Noyati, to you.
Thank you, Chair. I think the draft is much more clearer, but I just want to ask about the implementation kind of on unit account. In our jurisdiction, there is a situation where production forests, this involve multiple use, that involves a regulated and planned process of selective logging where older or less healthy are harvested and is part of the management which support the long-term sustainability. So does it class into all of the item there is classed into one unit of account of that conservation of forest, and whether I know there is an illustrative example, but it's whether that particular situation is the same as the been in this draft. Is it the situation is dissimilar as to what's been transpired under this unit of accounts? Thank you.
Yeah, I think in that situation, it would fit into, if I'm remembering correctly, the second part of the IG we've added. So we talk about you can't really separate the resource into different parts that are used for different purposes. You'll have to make a judgment call and determine if you're holding it for conservation as your primary use, or if there's another use that is either ancillary or if it's for another purpose. In this case, based on what you've just said, it sounds like the removal of the old trees is really an ancillary purpose, if not part of conservation. You're really trying to maintain that. So I would say that IG would cover this situation. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. So I've got Camilla, and then I'm not sure whether it was Renee or Andrew first. So if I go to Camilla, then to Renee, then to Andrew.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Edwin. I have two comments. One is in paragraph 17, the changes made to initial measurement. The way in which we are writing now the text, so I understand the principle that we are assuming that those assets or tangible natural resources held for conservation are kept for operational capacity. But maybe there are situations that there's a mix and still people would like to apply this standard. So if we could soften the wording a bit, that it is presumed that those assets are held help for operational capacity, and or just a word that helps to not, because as it is written now, it seems like a rule based, like it's and yeah. So that will be my suggestion for paragraph 17. And in paragraph.
Can I just go back to Edwin on that one,
Oh, sure.
Camilla, and then back to you?
Yeah, I think that might be difficult to incorporate because at one of the earlier meetings, we made the call that if it's for conservation, it can only be used for its operational capacity. So I don't know if we want to soften that because that would kind of blur the line as to whether there should be like a mixed standard again.
And presumably then it would be dealt with under a different standard.
Right. Yeah.
So maybe the thing is we just need a bit of clarification in the basis for conclusions in the appropriate place that makes that point. That's okay. Camilla, back on that, or do you want to move to your second point?
Back on that just quickly. Yes, I totally agree that we should be also clear that we are saying, okay, it should be the current operational value. What I mean is in those cases in which that tangible natural resources, okay, it's held for conservation purposes, but still there's some revenue which is incidental to it, but still it will be classified as held for operational capacity. So in just that case, because as it is now, it's like or black or white, is we are not allowing for that possibility that there are still some revenue. We are not saying it will be held for financial capacity, but that still it will be current operational values, just to make that point clearer.
Ross, you want to come in on that?
Yeah, just listening to it, I think it kind of goes back to Noriati's point as well, as there can be ancillary uses. So if the BC maybe adds a little more color to that point, supporting what's in the guidance, that might help people in understanding it. But I agree, it's a fine line between the wording and making it seem like you might hold these for economic purposes alone. So I think it's the primary purpose is operational capacity. So maybe just look at the BCs to clean that up a bit, and that might help with that point.
Yeah, okay. And that just allows that little bit of grayness there. Second point, Camilla.
Yes, my second point is in paragraph 20, in numeral B. There was some change in the text about when we are defining what is the meaning of the costs. So what are the elements of cost? And now the proposed wording is a bit confusing in terms of, it's not clear enough. So I was wondering if we could just say something like any cost directly attributable to the acquisition of that tangible natural resource. So a bit shorter and clearer, because as it is now, it's like, okay, it's to facilitate the entity's conservation of the asset. It's like, okay, what is exactly that is raising more questions than answers as it is written right now. So thanks.
Edwin on that?
Yeah, I can work with you offline to shorten up the wording.
Okay, so as that's core text, then I think that will be the second thing that comes back on Friday, just to check that we're happy with that. Andrew, are you on that?
It wasn't originally on that, but just a reaction to that
Okay.
is I guess we've sent comments conversely to Edwin to say we think it needs certain things, as intended by management and those things, but happy then to work with Edwin and Camilla on that work.
Okay, well, so if we say, that's the second item that will need to come back, and basically, Edwin, if you can then work with Camilla and Andrew and Eliza just to make sure we've got that nailed down. Okay, so I'll go to Renee and then come back to you, Andrew, if that's okay. Renee.
Yes, thank you. Back to AG2, it's just a quick editorial that we've picked up as a result of that last sentence that was in the following paragraph, AG3, that we brought up to AG2. And when we step back and read the whole paragraph, it seems out of place. Like it created confusion for us. So I'd like to just maybe work offline and suggest that this sentence should actually be the second one in that paragraph, that we make a statement about the principle being that it's important that we figure out unit of accounts because they can have the accounting implications can be significant. Then we move on to the third and the fourth sentence. It would just be more logical, so it's cleanup.
Everyone okay with that? Okay, so Andrew, to you, and I hadn't noticed Yakuba, so apologies for that, Yakuba, but I'll go to Andrew first.
Thanks. It's just on the addition of the IG that we've got around these multiple uses. In IG7, the last sentence gives a very specific example about comparing revenue and expenses from your perhaps economic type activities versus the expenses on the conservation activities. It just seems an inappropriate example to make, that you would primarily go to expenses to try and have a look at it. I think you'd more look at the qualitative nature of what's going there. So the suggestion is I'm happy to keep the rest of the wording, but just to delete that last sentence when that's a very specific example.
Okay, so I mean, that's just in terms of the IG, then obviously that's not authoritative. So that'll be dealt with as part of the editorial process. Then we don't need to bring that back on Friday. Okay. So, and just to underline that there will be an editorial process. So if members have got limited edits that are not matters of principle, those can be fed into Edwin, and those will go through the normal editorial process. And the control on that process, just to underline, is that when that process is concluded, then Ross, as Programme and Technical Director, has to make an assertion to me that there is no substantive change that would need this to come back for reconsideration at the board level. So that's a very strong control on that process. So I've got you, Kuba, next, and then Mary.
Thank you, Chair. On paragraph 35, the term indefinite was deleted because we are using the term very long. I'm not sure the uncertainty belonging to the long term is the same concept that belong to indefinite. So to me, we should maintain indefinite term in the sentence.
Edwin.
Yeah, so that was deleted because I received a member comment that said we've already just talked about assets with indefinite useful life, the paragraph before. So it seems like, or sorry, 2 paragraphs before. So it seems like we're repeating concepts from an earlier paragraph. But
You could back on that.
Okay, I will take that into account to figure out if it solve what I'm trying to point out. Thank you.
Okay, Mary.
Yes, I am confusing about the primary held primary for conservation, and for example, the age 9 primary and age 8. Age 8 mentioned about the multiple benefits, and age 13 mentioned about the provide cultural and experiential value to its citizens. And maybe Andrew pointed out, IG7 sub 7, the land's primary purpose, determining of the land's primary purpose, and it contradicts with the IE6, the use for IE6 mentioned about the region A and region B, and region A is for the maybe just inconsistent with definition property, plant, and PPE, and so there is these are not consistent from my point of view, and so maybe consistent clarification is necessary. Thank you.
Edwin.
So on the IE, I think the paragraph you were pointing to is talk about an item that's not in the scope. So I don't know if you mean consistency in terms of how we're explaining it, or like, is it just the wording? Because then I can work with you offline to make sure we're using consistent words throughout.
All right, back on that. If you have you got some specific changes you're looking to get made?
Yeah, yes, and maybe there is so confusing about the scope, the definition, the clarification of the it relate about the unit of account. from my point of view. And so maybe what situation is regarded as the primary purpose of the conservation for conservation, and maybe the other benefits. The distinction between the primary for conservation and the other benefits should be clarified.
Okay, so I think I know what you mean. The other benefits were the reasons for conserving the asset. So we're trying to explain that you're not getting economic benefits from conservation, but you're getting these other benefits from conserving the asset, which is why we only look at it in terms of operational capacity. So I could work with you on the AGs to make sure it comes across that those other benefits are not separate from conservation. They're benefits that you get from conserving the asset. So I can work with you offline to make sure that's more clear.
Okay. Angela, final comment. Because I think that the trouble is, you know, in these sessions when we're getting to finalise a standard, if we start drafting in the session, we end up introducing problems because of various other changes that have been made. So I think, you know, just to caution the number of comments that are coming through at this stage, I think we do have to let this stop moving and then move forward with approval. So final comment, Angela.
It was really just to support Murray on IE6, which is non-authoritative illustrative examples. I think Murray makes a very good point, because the example we just talked about that Andrew mentioned is really, that was really useful, because it's saying that most land held for conservation has multiple purposes. And in some jurisdictions, it leads to economic benefits in tourism exports. So I think in the reality, it's not quite as, you know, the reality is, but in the context of a financial reporting standard, we understand the principle. But I think Murray's right. When you read IE6, and I'm happy to help work with Murray and yourself, it reads like a very black and white example about if this conservation area is hiking services, it's PP&E services. And then it says, if there's no hiking, there's no services. So I agree, IE6 was, I think, a much earlier example before we realised that it's actually a little bit grey. So I agree with Murray. I think that certainly is inconsistent with the core text. And there is one phrase in the AG13, which I think from an editorial should just come out. And you're trying to explain experiential is a service potential, and we all agree with that. But there's this awkward bit where, while conservation is not intended to generate future economic benefits. Now, I know you mean it's not a cash generating asset, but when you read that out of context, because many jurisdictions actually do hold these things for economic benefits to the economy, it just is a little grating. I don't think you actually need it, because I think you just go on to say that experiential service, or you say you're talking about it's not a cash generating asset, one or the other. So I just wanted to support Murray and maybe work on IE6 to soften it a little.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification. So I think where we get to is there are a number of bits of clarification that members are looking for or repositioning. So what I'd like to do is I think we will take a break at this point in time for 20 minutes. And then what I'd like to do is just come back and get staff just to list the proposed changes to the core text and the AGs, which obviously the board will need to see again on Friday. other changes in terms of to BCs and to IG and IE, we won't need to see back on Friday because it's non-authoritative and can be dealt with through the editorial process. So if we take the break now, and then we'll just come back, and I just want to do a summary of those specific changes that we will see back on Friday. So if we come back at 22. Yeah, if we can do 22, please. And then that just gives staff the opportunity just to summarise for the board before we move forward into the approval process. Okay, thanks everyone. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. I think that's been useful just for staff to kind of draw things together. So, Edwin, do you want to just walk us through the slide in terms of the subject to changes are the things that we would need to come, because they're authoritative, we'd need to come back and look at on Friday. The others will go into the editorial process, but Edwin.
Yeah, so the first subject two is clarifying the paragraph on elements of cost. So we'll work with Kamira and Andrew to come to some sort of wording that captures both their comments. Also, subject two is paragraph 47 on incorporating the reclassification guidance on items moving from other IPSAS into IPSAS 51. And then in terms of editorials, I've listed them on the slide. So the first one is really reordering the guidance in the AG so that some of the ones that are specifically on recognition would be moved further down to the section. I'll also work with Renee to reorder the sentences in AG2 and AG3. And then for IG7, I will delete the last sentence in that example as suggested by Andrew. And then also in IE6, we'll soften, I'll work with Mari and Angela to soften the examples that we've included on having multiple uses. And then finally, I spoke to Scott and Yakuba, and we've decided that we would add back in indefinite into that paragraph. And it's not that it's not discussed before in the paragraph preceding it, it's just that it was in a different context. So we thought it wouldn't hurt to add it back in.
Okay, so just checking that members recognise where the comments have landed and that we've got the right list there. Just felt it was important that we just settled that down. So thank you to Edwin and Dave for just kind of working through that. Ross.
So just wanted to make it clear that the subject twos would be what gets brought back on Friday for the board to review. The other editorial items, Edwin will work with all of them, identified people on the slide and others who want to work on those points involved, but we won't bring that back for the discussion on Friday. That just deal with that through the editorial process that will start during this week.
Okay. Edwin.
Okay, so the next agenda item is for the approval of the final standard. So, I don't know why some of them are okay, I'll just walk through them as if they're not faded. But so the first step is we have presented the contents of the exposed standard, and really there hasn't been, or the standard is included in agenda item 3.3.1 in track changes from October. The next step is for Ross to assert that due process has been followed.
And I assert the due process has been followed effectively.
And you do have a paper which outlines all the steps that have been taken, which supports that assertion.
Yeah. Next, the IPSASB confirms that due process has been followed effectively. So, okay, so no comments.
Okay, not seeing any flags raised, so I think we're content with that.
Okay, so the next step is voting on IPSAS 51, tangible natural resources held for conservation.
So with that, I'll be asking those who vote for to please raise your flag if you're in the room to vote for. If you're online, please raise your hand with the virtual hand button. And I notice Renee's out of the room right now. I'm not sure where she might be.
I think she was on a call, actually.
Okay. And just while we wait on the Renee reconciliation, I think we've got 3 hands up online, so I can see Yoon's hand online and Noor Yadi's, and I saw that Karen Sanderson had raised her hand as well. So she is following along with us today. So hope you're well, Karen, and thanks for joining us. And then in the room, I'm counting 14-4 in the room, 3 online for 17, and we don't have Renee yet, but we'll confirm with Renee when she's back her vote. So with that, everybody can put their flags down, and I'll just, for the record, ask for any votes against or abstentions and confirm with Renee where she sits when she comes back. As task force chair,
Yes.
I'm pretty sure Renee's going to vote for this, but for the record, we'll make sure when she's back that she's comfortable with that.
Okay, so thank you for that. The next step is to consider re-exposure. So we have included a very brief explanation in the paper that staff did not think re-exposure was necessary, primarily because if you look at the guidance that's in IPSASB 51 now, it's really based on the alternative view that was already in the ED and also constituents' comments. So there wasn't really anything that was completely different or completely new principles that haven't been exposed before.
So just pause and open up for comments there. Andrew.
Thanks. So I think it was just a couple of questions that perhaps, Ross, I'd just like to get your thinking on, because I think we did have the alternative view in the initial proposal, but I think they perhaps were different. So I just wanted to get clarity on it, really. So I think it was changing of the scope from a residual asset to narrowing it down purely to held for conservation. And I guess with that was also then a change from where it was a residual standard, you could have had assets held for an operational capacity, but also some form of an economic benefit. And now it's purely only for an operational capacity with conservation. And then we made some related changes to the definition. Unit of account, I think, was also one that was sort of introduced, that was slightly new. And the last one that came to my mind was just the change that we made around IPSAS 45 with heritage to make it clear, which standard these assets would fall in. So just wanted to get a bit of clarity around, are we comfortable that those aren't substantive things that, constituents haven't had a chance to look at? Thanks.
Thanks, Andrew. Ross.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. And it's always good to just step back at the end and make sure that we're responding to what was out there. So in terms of what Edwin's already said, I'll build on that. The board did propose the guidance, as you've outlined, with a fairly robust AV with a couple of different perspectives in that AV, that when we got the responses to the feedback, there was some good support for those AVs and how to take those forward. So we are comfortable from a staff perspective that all of the areas we've gone into in this final standard are related to comments we'd received and feedback on how to take it forward and clarifications that have been asked for. And, the board's been working through, such as the unit of account issue where a little more clarity had been requested. So I am confident that there are no significant changes to the guidance that haven't been contemplated by our stakeholders in some way, either through responding to the proposals that were put out there, such as the changes to heritage in property, plant, and equipment that the board's kind of gone back and forth on as we've worked through it, and clarifications around things like unit of account and the difference between this standard and PP&E, and the board's view now that you're either holding it for a primary purpose of conservation, for its service potential, or in a more traditional sense in a property, plant, and equipment use of the standard, and that it's up to the preparer to decide that. So long story short, I don't believe there's any need for re-exposure. That's why the staff recommendation is as it is, but good to have this discussion openly so our constituents can hear a little more richness of the thinking, and that we did contemplate this in the final approval.
Thanks, Ross. And I guess just the sort of logical consequence from that is just that we might want to just reread the basis for conclusions and just see if there's anything that just needs sharpening up there to reflect the points that you've made, Andrew. Because I think that it is important that we do that. Ross. And then I'll ask Renee whether she's in support of IPSASB 51. Ross. You are. Okay. Thanks, Renee. We just thought as task force chair that it was actually really important we knew. Right. Thank you. So that's unanimous, just for your information. Ross.
So even better than looking at the PCs again, we're about to go into the feedback statement as an area that we're working to kind of finalize the communication points. So I would say we will definitely be reviewing all of the standard through the editorial process, and we can sharpen some of the points that have been discussed. But I do think some of these bigger picture communication points, it'd be important that we get it right in the feedback statement as well. The BCs are really the detailed bit by bit the board's done. The feedback statement is supposed to capture in a accessible way for everybody to understand that we proposed something and then we've responded with something we finalized. And so stakeholders can go through the journey without having to be technicians like us around the board and go and read a couple hundred pages of a standard. So I think that is important that we get some good board feedback in the coming discussion on that draft feedback statement and make sure we identify areas where we need to sharpen some of the language around Andrew's points and others from the first session today.
Okay, that's great. And let's finish off on the approval process, but we are about then to sort of walk through the feedback statement page by page and get comments in from the board. Edwin.
Okay, so one very important issue to deal with is the effective date of the standards. So normally the convention is 18 months, and if we follow that convention, it would lead to January 1st, 2028. And that's what the staff is proposing. And the main reason we're not proposing to go any further is because now that the scope is even more narrow than the ED, it felt like there was a lot more, or constituents would have a much easier time implementing this final IPSAS compared to what we proposed in ED 92. So I'll close there and leave and open for comment.
Okay. So everyone consent with 1st of January 28 then? Okay. So that takes us then to the final stage.
Yeah, so the final stage is basis for conclusions. So those have been included in 3.3.1. And as Ross and Ian said, we will be going through them again just to make sure that all the salient points have been captured.
Everyone okay with that? Good. So we now have IPSAS 51 approved. So thank you very much to Edwin on the staff side for going all the way through, because I think you did the CP, then the ED, and now the final standard. Thank you very much to Task Force, originally under Lindy Bodevig when we were at the CP stage, and since then under Renee's leadership. Thank you very much, everyone that's input along the way. And I think it's a very important new standard that our constituents have been asking for quite a while. So thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, so not quite done yet. We have one final agenda item on natural resources, and that's the feedback statement. So you'll notice that the title is actually referring to the ED, and that's because it's really talking about the feedback on ED 92 and how it led to IPSAS 51. So the way I've drafted this is because originally the project started because constituents asked us to look at specifically at subsoil resources, and we came to the conclusion that it was pretty much impossible to recognize those as assets before they were extracted. So in the feedback statement, I started off with an introduction that walks through that project history. The introduction starts with the project brief, talks about how we came up with that project and how it was added to the work plan, and then eventually led to the approval of the project brief in March 2020. Then it walks through what we proposed in the CP and constituent feedback on the CP. And then finally, it goes to the issues that were identified by constituents in ED 92. We've also included the consultation process, or a summary of the consultation process. So we got comments through comment letters from the ED, but we also held a number of roundtables and also outreach events. And then the final section of the feedback statement is really going through the issues that were identified. So for each issue, I've summarized what was proposed in the ED 92, the feedback from constituents, and then how we address the feedback in IPSAS 51. So I think the plan is to go through page by page review, so I'll pause there now.
Yeah, thanks, Edwin. And just to underline, this is not an official board document, but we did think actually that it was a good way of actually just making sure that what staff had done in terms of what they were proposing the format should be, that we'd all seen that. So I just wanted to pause before we go into the page by page. Are there any general comments before we go into it? Yep, Scott.
Yeah, I just want to thank staff. I thought it was well done. Okay, I gave you some editorials, which you got, but I won't table. But I didn't know what to expect, but I thought the way you laid it out, if I was a person that was out there reading this, I thought the journey you took us on was well done. So I think it kind of laid it from the very beginning to the very end. So I'll give you kudos on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Okay, so should we just do page by page? So Dave, if you want to, in the time-honored manner, walk us through.
So I'll do page 1 and 2 together, the title page and the table of contents. And then page 3 begins the introduction. Page 4 wraps up the introduction. Page 5 through 7 are our regional statistics.
Yeah, Andrew.
Thanks. It was just a question of location of those. I didn't know if that should rather be an appendix at the end of the document, and we should rather talk through the substantive issues in the journey. This felt more like supplementary information, so just a suggestion to move.
Yeah, good point. Thanks, Andrew.
Next, page 8 and 9 are regional roundtables. Page 10 is a summary of the key issues identified, and then the first key issue.
Andrew.
Thanks. One of the issues when I was reading through this that I didn't think came through strong enough was subsoil. I think there was quite a lot in the CP, and we've had quite a lot of discussion around it. I know it's only a small part in an IG in the current standard, but I did feel it was perhaps useful to take people more on the journey around subsoil.
Ross.
I agree with that. I guess the question is location. Should we put a little bit more on that when we talk about the CP? Because I think that's where the board made the decision to move away from recognition, or highlight it in both places and also say that that was a consideration in developing the ED, and that's why we don't have guidance there. Just be interested in your views on that and the balance.
Andrew, back on that.
So I think, in the CP, it was one of the sections we looked at. We can have some of the discussions, but I would put it down below as well, because I think we did receive some comment letters around jurisdictions wanting to purposefully still try and get it on, and we did expose that residual standard. So I think I would like to address that.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, because it has been, we were aware all the way through the project about constituent expectations. And so just to underline it in that way, I think that's good. Thank you. Okay, Dave.
Page 11 wraps up issue 1, need for a separate IPSAS standard. Page 12 starts issue 2, project objectives and the role of the IPSASB exceptional framework. Page 13 wraps up issue 2 and then moves on to issue 3, scope.
Yep, Claudia.
Thank you. I would add something to the scope section. We get feedback. We did get also feedback that some constituents thought about one of the possibility option regarding its head for future generation. At least we should mention that. And then we focused only on head for conservation, that it's fine, but at least that we give some idea that this comes back from the feedbacks.
Okay.
Page 14 is issue 4, definitions. Page 15 is issue 5, amendments to the description of heritage assets in IPSAS 45. And the bottom of page 15 is issue 6, depreciation. Then we move to page 16, issue 7, cross references to IPSAS 45 regarding the disclosure of fair value measurements. And at the bottom of page 16 is issue 8, disclosure exemptions for rare or endangered resources. Page 17 wraps up issue 8 and starts issue 9, disclosure of stewardship arrangements. Page 18 is issue 10, transition. Page 19 wraps up issue 10 and includes issue 11, sufficiency of non-authoritative guidance. And then page 20 is the copyright and legal page.
Okay, thanks, Dave. So, I mean, obviously, Andrew, there were your general points that we need to read that through for. Are there any other comments from members in terms of, because obviously there are a number of issues there, and I think that reflects the journey that we've been on as a board. So I do think it's an important document. So just to pause quickly and just check there's nothing else anybody thinks is missing from that. Okay, so thank you very much, Edwin. And I think just to reiterate Scott's points, I think good job in terms of the draft that you provided, and thank you very much. And with that, you're dismissed. So thank you very much, everyone. That concludes the Natural Resources Project. So we now have half an hour to the lunch break. So I think what we'll do is we'll start off on climate-related disclosures and have a look at the way in which staff have treated the issues that the board raised in the October check-in meeting. So just pause whilst Karen and Alex join us at the table.
All right, so moving on to agenda item 4 on climate-related disclosures. So first of all, thank you to all board members who have provided comments. Especially thank you to our drafting group members who actually went through the document in detail. As you see, most of the changes that were made since October were changes that were done to increase IFRS-2 alignment, and our drafting group members really did very well, helped us scan the entire document in very much detail to check for areas where staff there were specific drafting preferences that were made, and instead of specific public sector specific adaptations. So yeah, a lot of these were spotted by our drafting group members who helped us a lot in this process. So this is a list of the key changes from the October version that you had went through last time when we met in the check-in meeting. And if the board agrees with these changes, they will be reflected in the basis of conclusions as an area where further alignment was needed with IFRS-2. So I'll go through each of these. So first of all, I wanted to bring in paragraph 8, not on this slide, but it was raised to us as former board member from the staff. We had made a minor drafting preference to align with IFRS 2 there. And we were informed by a member that there was indeed a rationale for the original change, which was from governance body to governing body, which aligns better with the IPSASB's conceptual framework. And with that, we'll remove that change to keep it aligned. So governing body instead of governance body. So it's aligned with the rest of the IPSASB literature.
So is that just in paragraph?
Just in paragraph 8.
Okay. Everyone okay with that consistency change? Okay.
And then moving on is paragraph 12. This was another point on IFRS 2 alignment, and it does this paragraph forms a part of our proportionality mechanism that is communicated in our BCs, and it appeared to have been removed as a drafting preference. It is now being introduced into the ED to increase alignment with S2.
Okay, so just to check everyone's okay with that change. Okay, that's good, thanks.
And then moving us on to paragraph 27. So this was another change that was done to increase alignment with S2. As you see, this is a directional paragraph that points us to the relevant metric categories, peer metrics, and the targets set by the entity. And this was originally when we had done the ED was a drafting preference. This paragraph was removed, but upon review, we thought that it was appropriate to align this with how it is in S2.
Thanks, Karen. Everybody okay with that change? Oh, sorry, Camira. Were you on the previous point or did I? Okay, right.
Thanks, Sharon. Thanks, Karen. Yes, I have a comment on the second point where we are requiring entities to disclose peer metrics. I think there we have a public sector reason to deviate from IFRS S2 because in the public sector, usually in these cases, we will have one public sector entity that will be the standard setter and will establish already how the information should be, which methodology and everything. So I think the peer metrics might make sense in the private sector, but in the public sector, it will be very time consuming and costly for entities to start to reaching out to identifying what are other similar entities doing when we already have, well, it's most probably that there will be one entity that will be centralizing and coordinating how all public sector entities in one jurisdiction will prepare their information. So I would suggest removing the point B and maybe adding a basis for conclusion, justifying why we think in public sector it is different than in private sector. Thanks.
Can I just push a little bit more on that? Because listening to you talking about it, I understand the point that's being made. But maybe where you landed at the end is that actually there is just some clarification that peer metrics could well be specified by whichever body is the regulator for that sector. So I wonder if the guidance is actually wrong or whether we just need to accent that it would be applied differently in the public sector. Camira, do you want to come back on that?
Yes, thanks, Charles. Well, as it is written now, it seems as though that we are asking that each reporting entity disclose what are the peer metrics of others. So that would be like double work and too time consuming. I think it will be, so the cost benefit will not match here. So that's the reason why I think we should remove it. But happy to see the other members' views on this.
So I guess perhaps the issue is that paragraph 31 says that an entity may disclose peer metrics. That's been in the ED. It wasn't a key issue that was identified. But then what we drafted to align with S2 in paragraph 27 was that an entity shall disclose peer metrics. So that's just align. Well, make sure that peer metrics is a may disclose. Okay.
Okay with that. Angela, are you on that point as well?
There was a consistency point, I think, and I may solve Camira's issue, is that later on it's a may and it has a shall here. And I believe it's, I would recommend may, but I think that's what you're proposing to be consistent. that it's a
Yes,
may, not a shall.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
If that, I don't know if that solves your point, Camara.
So that's a change in paragraph 27 then to may rather than shall. Okay. Scott, on that, are you?
Originally raised it to speak for peer. I think it's very important for peer because there is no standard out there about what is reasonable, what is not. So the way you're going to figure out whether things are reasonable or not is what other people in similar situations are reporting. That's the whole purpose of the peer in there. But having said that, you may not be able to edit 27 to shall because there's other things in there you may be required. So I think you're just going to have to look at the way those three A, B, C are written because I don't think it's going to be as simple as saying shall to may. So.
Okay, so I think, you know, in the way that we did this with tangible natural resources, I think what we need to do is just, there will be some things like this where there's a subject to, because it's authoritative text and we just need to see that back. I think we're in agreement with where we go on this. It's just a question of actually allowing staff the time to just reflect on that. Karen?
Yes, we'll bring back that drafting and we'll try to work so that there is the consideration of may for peer metrics, but then shall for the other two.
And I think there probably will be we just need to reflect on what's in the basis for conclusions, just to make sure that that thinking behind that conversation is clear on that. Okay, thank you. So.
Yeah, moving us on to paragraph 28G. This was another IFRS S2 alignment point that was raised to us. As you see, we made some changes to align with IFRS S2 where appropriate. So because we didn't see this as a substantive change from what was in the ED, because for entities that do not factor in climate-related considerations in their remuneration can disclose that under paragraph 28G1, because we've added the description of whether and how climate considerations are factored into remuneration. The only public sector specific change that we kept there was on key management personnel rather than executive remuneration. So that's to align with the rest of the IPSASB literature.
Everyone okay with that proposed change, Scott?
I knew I was going to raise my flag because I think there is a public sector difference. When we debated this at the table, we said it's very unlikely most public sector entities even do this. And I really just hate negative disclosures where we're having people put stuff in where they don't have. So I just wanted to raise it at the table. I don't feel strong about it, you know, but I just want to raise the issue. We got to be careful about adding disclosures where we know it's probably not applicable to most entities. And so I would rather not make it a shall, but consider that. That's so.
David, are you on that as well?
Well, I just wondered, I mean, if the rest of it needs to be shall, in this particular bit, you could actually just add the words if applicable.
Okay, so we take it back to if applicable. I mean, I certainly remember we had the discussion, Scott. So, Alex.
So I think one way through on this, Scott, would be if we retained little I through the second one, which is then that's your IFRS S2 aligned language, but brought back in the deleted text from G, because then we're saying if this is relevant, and then if it is, follow IFRS S2. That's that.
Yeah, I'm okay with I1, 2, and 3. I mean, 2. It's just I don't want to make it required. It should be if it's applicable.
Okay, so maybe just bringing that if text back in. Yeah. Okay.
Everyone okay with that? Okay. Thank you.
Right, and moving us on to paragraph 33A. This is on description of this is on the validation process for that an entity will take in setting a climate-related targets. And this has been aligned, now realigned with IFRS S2 because there were changes that we didn't identify as a public sector specific difference.
Thanks, Karen. Any comments on that? Okay, I think we're good with that. Thank you.
And then the next change is on paragraph AGs 1 and AG 3. As you remember, we had some discussion on these AGs back in the October check-in meeting, where we actually worked further with a few board members. And it was highlighted to us that there might be potential misinterpretation when you read the deleted AG 1D along with what is in AG 3. And there was this might lead to potential misinterpretation that public policy outcomes will form part of the disclosure requirements. To clarify that, we removed AG 1D because this is only examples of activities could include. So it's not an exhaustive list of activities in the public sector. And this is also noted in the BCs. And as you see, we've done some work on the BCs to make sure that this is explained properly. So for example, BC 24 is how an entity with a policy function might think about the activities in its operational model. And then BC 53 also conveys a similar message, but in the context of scope 3 emissions.
Thanks, Karen. So we're okay with that. David?
I must admit, I just wonder about the use of the word all in AG3, because if a public sector entity is thinking about all of its operational activities in its operational model, and one of the activities in its operational model is to set public policy programs, do we run the risk of them deciding that that's what they need to include? Would it be better if we're thinking about only the items in AG1 to make it clear in AG3 that that's what we're referring to?
So what we currently have in AG3 was taken from what was the definition of own operations. And this was from a board instruction where we originally said in applying this draft standard, an entity shall include its own operations. And when we took the definition of own operations, which is all the activities in its operational model, and then put that back in. But I think AG1 really is just examples of activities. So I don't know what other board members thought about this. I know we worked with specific ones on specific members to draft this as well.
David, back on that. Are you in on this, Renee? Okay.
Well, if that's the case, maybe the word own should be put into AG3 just to really ram it home that we're only talking about own operations.
I think we were trying to bridge because we're not using the term own operations because we use that in the ED. And so that's, I think, the balance that staff were trying to strike on this. Renee?
Yeah, I'd like to offer a solution. I think that's a good catch, David. But I think maybe it's the verb shall include, to me, is too strong because it's based on judgment what they're going to end up including. Maybe it's shall consider. In applying the standard, you shall consider all of your activities, and then you're going to select what is material, what is significant enough. So if we use consider, maybe it helps resolve.
Scott, are you on this as well?
I was going to suggest, I hate to edit at the table, but we actually need the word all. Because if the issue is the definition of operational model is already defined about what's in it. So do we actually need the word all?
In that case, we're happy to keep it to an entity shall include, shall consider the activities in its operational model.
We're okay with that? Okay. Patricia, are you on that as well?
It's about this question. only to confirm, you not modify the AG3? You will not modify?
No, we're on AG3 at the moment.
Yes, retain AG3 as in the draft.
No, we will change. So it's quite right now. It says shall include all the activities in its operational model. We'll change it to shall consider the activities.
I think change the meaning, because sincerely, I think there is no problem to mention our activities, because activities is a different level of aggregation. Programs is composed of different activities. I think it's not a problem with the word activities here. Because my question is, when I analyze for example, the gas emission, I need to consider the activities that the entity performs, all the activities, regardless of is related to public policy program or not, because it's in different perspective to see the same factor. I think it's not a problem here, considering weakness the standard, in my view.
Ross.
So I think this is the challenge of drafting in meeting, because I don't think we're that far apart. I think it's literally one sentence and coming up with that. So I would propose that offline, we continue this discussion to agree what the revised wording should be, and that should be brought back on Friday as one of the subject twos, because again, I don't think we're that far apart, and it's probably more of an offline conversation at this point.
I think it is, because I know this has been backwards and forwards between a number of different members. And I think, through that conversation, we need a solution which members can accept back. So rather than, as you say, Ross, debating this is not going to help us. Maria, so that will be a subject too, that we resolve that piece of drafting. Maria, are you on this?
Yes, I'm concerned about the word of all the activities in its operational model. And it's in this case, the all activities is meaning the system of transforming inputs through its activities into outputs and outcomes. And so the AG1's a broad range of activities is somewhat different. And so that we would like to pay attention to use activities with the word activities. So maybe another another part of the BAG5 entities activities include all types of activities that the entity carries out to achieve its objective. It's the same as my question is: it's the same as all the activities in its operational model? Thank you.
So I think we're going to take this offline, and this will come back with an agreed form of wording on Friday. But at the moment, it's going to be one of the subject twos in terms of the approval, and that will apply to AG1, AG3, and the consistency point that Maria's just picked up on AG5. Okay, let's move on.
Okay, moving us on to paragraph AG 22. There was a paragraph that was relocated to maintain alignment with the paragraph order in IPSASB.
I think we're okay with that. I don't see any flags raised.
And then moving us on to paragraph AG 31B on the length of reporting periods in climate-related scenario analysis. This was something that was spotted, that was removed during the drafting and has been reintroduced to align with S2.
Are you okay with that? Okay, thank you.
And then moving us on to the last key change from October 2025 here was in Appendix D, where we worked with specific board members, and this was in response to an instruction from September to include an appendix listing terms defined in IPSAS standards. And the change that we've made here was to state that this appendix is non-authoritative and that these terms are provided for reference only.
Thanks, Karen. Is everyone content with that change? Okay, so with that, we worked our way through those changes that the key changes that staff have made since the check-in meeting. What I'm going to propose at this stage is that we take a break for lunch and that we come back at 1:30 and then we will move into the approval process. Okay, thanks very much. Enjoy lunch, everyone.
Okay, everyone, we're ready to get started with the afternoon. So just ask everybody to take their seats. So first, before we get back into the discussions, just want to have a quick overview of the afternoon and agenda. So as a board, you're doing a great job today. We're ahead of schedule, so well done. And it's looking like we'll continue to be a little bit ahead of schedule today. We've had a discussion on whether we want to bring forward an item or not. And I think we're landing on the side of not bringing forward an item today. So the Women's Network is planned to occur after we close today. And Leah's assured me that that can happen a little bit earlier. If everyone's around, it'll be happening in this room. So we'll be able to pack that into the back end of the agenda today once we get through the business of approving sustainability in the last few items. And as well, Edwin and the sustainability team will be lurking around if there's any points of drafting you want to discuss or the redrafting points that I think the staff have already been talking to people on. So we'll stick around and be available for that for the first little bit after we close as well, just to make sure we close all bits of business and get ready for those final subject to reviews on Friday. So I just wanted to set the scene for the afternoon because it does look like we will end a little bit early. I think job well done in putting us in that position. I think great discussions this morning that went a little bit quicker than planned, but we purposely did leave the room in the agenda so the board has time to discuss the items and with a bit of an understanding that we might finish a bit early. With that, I think we're ready to go back into the sustainability discussions, and staff's been working over lunch with the listing of the subject twos like we did on natural resources. We'll just put those up to restart the discussions, and then we'll go from there through the rest of the item. So the approval, and then we'll go through the feedback statement as well. So over to you guys.
Thanks, Ross. So with that, as you see on the screen now, these are the agreed changes. So these object twos before we move forward to approval. So paragraph 27 is on peer metrics, and the instruction there was to align the disclosures with what was in paragraph 31. So peer metrics is a may disclose instead of a shall disclose. We'll bring back the drafting in on Friday. And then paragraph 28G is on remuneration. So we'll introduce the deleted text in paragraph 28, and then keep what is there for the points A, B, and C. And then for AG3, we've just gone to a few board members to discuss this, and we'll change the text to an entity shall consider the activities in its operational model for AG3.
Okay, thanks, Karen, for that summary. So those are the changes that will come back. Just, having firmed those up, those will come back on Friday. But then what we'll do is we'll vote subject to. Okay.
So with that, we'll move on to the approval of the standard. So we're presenting this final pronouncement of draft IPSASB SRS 1 climate-related disclosures to the board for approval. So first, we've presented the board with the revised content of the exposed standard. And second is program and technical advisor to advise whether due process has been followed effectively.
I assert that due process has been effectively followed.
Thanks, Ross. And that's obviously based on the what we've got in the material in terms of the process that we've gone through, particularly the check-in in April, then the June meeting, check-in September meeting, and the check-in. Okay.
And then next is for the IPSASB to confirm whether it is satisfied that due process has been followed effectively.
Not seeing any flags raised, so I think we're content the due process has been followed.
So with that, staff recommend approval of the IPSASB SRS 1 climate-related disclosures.
It takes us into the approval
Yeah.
process then, Ross.
So like our natural resources vote, I'm going to ask those in the room to raise your flag if you vote for, those online to raise your hand. So, and I believe Karen is no longer online, so we have one absent member in the vote. So I'm counting 15 in the room, 2 online, that's 17-4, and 1 absentee, Karen Sanderson.
So that's quite a moment, everybody, in terms of the first ever IPSASB SRS. So congratulations, everybody that's been involved in that. It's amazing how quickly we've got there. Ross.
And I just want to highlight for the record again, the thanks to our supporters along the way, including our friends from the World Bank that have provided additional resources and will continue to support us in the rollout of this standard as well as the completion of Phase B.
Yeah, thanks. And thinking about the fact that, you know, the first conversations were actually in the Zurich meeting in September 2023 when Celine first made the comment about we'll just get our feet wet on this. So it's only just over 2 years later that we've got to the final pronouncement. You know, and even if you go back before that, it was only in January 2022, so less than 4 years ago, that the World Bank encouraged us to think about doing this. So that's fairly amazing, I think, to have got through that journey within that period. Okay, so let us just finish off the approval process then.
Thanks, Chair. And moving on to the next step on re-exposure. So the main change from the ED that was exposed was from the decision that was informed by stakeholders to split the project into 2 separate standards. And this was discussed and deliberated by the IPSASB, but the principles that are currently in this IPSASB SRS 1 are retained from what was exposed, and so we do not recommend this for re-exposure.
Any comments from board members? So I think the board is content that we do not need to re-expose.
Thanks, Chair. And our next point on the due process is the effective date. So we are recommending a January 1st, 2028 effective date, and this is consistent with the minimum 18-month convention that is used for IPSASB, and this takes into consideration the balance that we've heard from stakeholders on the urgency that they need to have the standard, and also acknowledging that this is a relatively new and complex reporting area for a lot of public sector entities. So that's why we're recommending a January 1st, 2028 effective date.
So just pause to allow for any comments on that proposal from staff. Okay, so I think we agree the 1st of January 28 effective date.
And then next is issuing basis of conclusions, as you can see in agenda item 4.3.1.
So I think that's us through the approval process. So once again, thank you very much, everybody, in terms of a lot of hard work. We've traveled a long distance here, you know, in terms of from start of 2022 through to the approval. And I think we've all had to go up a very steep learning curve. So really do appreciate, you know, I think obviously recognise staff and recognise Celine, obviously not with us today, but I think, you know, between them, they've done a fantastic job. So thank you very much, staff, and thank you very much, everybody. And thank you once again to our colleagues at the World Bank for actually, you know, having provided the wherewithal to actually do it. So thank you, everyone. So communicating where we've got to and how we've got there is going to be very important. So Alex, you're going to take us through the feedback statement.
Yes, yeah, thank you very much, Chair. So very happy then to move us into looking ahead. And first to move to agenda item 4.2.3. So similar to as we had with the tangible natural resources, we're looking to provide, alongside the publication of the final pronouncement, the consultation summary document that was then available within the board papers. And in doing this, what we're looking to do is provide a high-level summary of the discussions, the deliberations that the board had in relation to the climate-related disclosure project, and then to set out across the 4 areas that you see on the slide here, between the introduction, giving the background that we were hearing from the chair, going all the way back to 2022, the initial consultation, through to then the consultation process itself with the exposure draft, and providing that background to stakeholders. And then we have 10 specific areas that were covered as key issues identified that you'll find on, I think it's the page 17 or so, or maybe it's a bit earlier than that, in the consultation summary itself. From there, then we have a final section on supporting the adoption and implementation, which is itself a summary really looking at the next agenda item that we have on adoption and implementation support. So not one for a decision, but very keen to hear views from members on this. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so as we did with natural resources, I think just pause to take any general comments from members, and then Dave will go into page by page and take comments as we did. So just opening comments. Claudia, to you first.
Thank you. As we have now a new suite of own standards by their own rights, we should really make clear also in the feedback statement that we have a separate standards, because we have only more or less a BC in this standard BC5, where we talk about adoption of this standard does not require adoption of IPSAS standards. I personally would prefer that we maybe have on this page 2, where we explain the standards, have a sentence also there that they don't need to be implemented both at the same time. We have only in our climate-related disclosure standards this topic mentioned in the BCs. We didn't have any of these statement in the IPSAS standards. There's nothing explaining, so we should really make sure in our communication that it's 2 separate suites of standards, because sometimes our stakeholders are not really convinced if there are 2 suites of standards, separate suites of standards, as it comes from the same board.
Thanks, Claudia. Alex, you.
Claudia, just to make sure I'm clear on the references that you have there, when you're talking about the page 2 and looking at BC5, I think that's in relation to the SRS1, isn't it, right? Not the consultation summary?
No, that's in the statement itself, but
well,
that's this
good, yeah,
general overview statement. I didn't know where I have to bring it, but also in the feedback statement, we should really have a sentence, something prominent. It's a separate suite of standards.
Yes, yeah. Well, that sounds fine. That will make sure that when we look at the consultation summary, that we have real prominence to that statement on this being a separate suite of standards with SRS versus IPSAS standards. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that, Claudia, because I think it's one of those things where we covered that very early in the process. We know that, but our constituents don't, as you say, and I think it's very important that we make that clear. Thank you. Any other comments? Ross?
Just a comment, building off one that Karen Sanderson's made at previous meetings. So she's logged off today, but she didn't want to make sure that it's highlighted the importance of Appendix B early in the document. So in the second or the first sentence of paragraph 2, we highlight that in the standard, but I think the feedback statement should really make a strong argument for why we have Appendix B drawing from S1 and make that point. And I think the at a glance as well should make that point because it might be lost on some of the users of the standard how important that Appendix B is for applying the guidance in the standard.
Thanks, Ross. Yeah, so I think that, that general context piece is incredibly important. Good. Okay, thanks for those comments. Not seeing any other flags raised, so Dave, if you can start to walk us through.
So I'll take page 1 and 2 together, the title page and the table of contents. Then we move to page 3, which is the overview of the climate-related disclosures feedback statement. Page 4 continues on with that. Page 5 talks about the development of the exposure draft. Page 6 and 7 have our feedback summary. I pause there whether we want consistency with the natural resources to move those to the appendix. Okay. I was waiting for your flag to go up.
I was waiting for Andrew's flag to come up. That one actually, but yeah. So consistent presentation. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
So that brings us to bottom of page 7, where we start talking about the round tables. Page 8 continues on with the round tables. And then page 9. Page 10, we move into our first substantive issue, dual reporting perspectives. At the bottom of page 10, we have issue 2, alignment with IFRS 2. On page 11, we move into issue 3, structure of the standard. At the bottom of page 11, we have materiality. On page 12, we have issue 5, general requirements. On page 12 at the bottom, we have issue 6, use of GHG protocol. On page 13, we have at the bottom issue 7, scope 3 GHG emissions. Page 14 at the top, we have issue 8, transition reliefs. At the bottom of page 14, we have issue 9, public
Mike,
policy.
you were hovering. Are you on transition reliefs?
No, I'm just started on point 9.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you. I think we should ensure that what we explain here, that they really reflect what our constituents and responses contain. And I just looked in back what you presented in April on that point. And here we have, it's a SMC3, we had read by wording, we had the statement overall, there was a strong call for expanding the scope to include all public policy programs, regardless of whether its primary objective is to achieve climate-related outcomes. So why did I mention that? Because I think compared to April, that has got a very different flavor. And I think that that assessment from April is very important. So my recommendation would be that that strong call for expanding to include that here as well in under point 9. Thank you.
Ross.
So I think it's important to highlight that we're talking about the feedback on phase 1. So what you're talking about is what we're actually addressing in phase 2. So I think the reason the color is slightly different is because we've described what we'll do in phase 2 rather than the board's response to what we'll do next, because we haven't had any of those debates. All we discussed in April was what the issues were that we heard.
Sorry, I don't agree, because my understanding is that's a feedback statement for the entire exposure draft, and here the public policy program part is mentioned, and as it mentioned, I think it should reflect the responses.
Ross.
But we haven't decided what we're going to do with them yet. So other than highlighting these are issues that are looked at in phase 2, the board hasn't made any decisions.
So I think we need to bridge here, don't we? Because I think, certainly we have had feedback, but I think we have to be clear that actually, as Ross, you just said, we've split this project and that the board has undertaken to do further analysis. And it's further analysis at the moment because we've not made any firm decisions as to how we move it forward. So I think we have to, I think that's the point about we can reflect the comments that we've had, but what we can't do is say what we're going to do with them. So we just need to get that drafting right, I think. Karen, you want to come in?
Yeah, I think what we can do is in the middle column, maybe reflects that there were a lot of concerns on this a bit better, to see what we have in the April summary and align that a bit better. So maybe the middle column is where we work on.
I mean, in terms of, if you like, the motivation at the moment is as a result of receiving those comments, we decided to split the project. So I think there's, we can talk about that, and we can then also say, and as a result, the board is going to go on to consider the comments and then determine the way forward on that. And that's probably, that doesn't get ahead of anything that we've done. It represents where we are. And we've got to be very careful that we're factual in terms of where the debate has reached without getting ahead of anything that we've because we haven't decided anything other than we're not doing that bit at the moment. We haven't done that in this document, but the board will go on that. So Angela, are you on this? Because what I don't want to do is, I don't want to debate this. What are we going to do? I think it's clearly we're going to need to just have a group of people who are interested in how we actually represent this, just have a look at the drafting. It's not a board document, but it is important in communication terms, and get it right factually, but without any hostages to fortune in terms of what may happen in 2026. Ross. Angela.
I just wanted to support the drafting as it is, and I just wanted to remind the board, although I'm not expecting to make reference to it, but there was a very clear AV that presented this as exactly what we are doing, presented this as an alternative, and I was very clear in that AV that it was important to split it and deal with the issue separately, because we really needed to deal with phase 2 in quite a different way and really think deeply before we move forward. Now, I know that we would have had discussions, but I think for my point is that this is not a new thing from the ED, and it reflects exactly where we're at. We've split the project and we now need to look into phase 2. I also remember in discussions that I suggested perhaps we should run this in parallel because, it was an important public issue. And we were very clear that to achieve the deadline, it was very important that we did a linear phase 1 and phase 2. So it's very clear in my mind. So I'm just really supporting as it's currently drafted, but appreciate if you feel there needs to be some modification of the words to help people. But yes, I think we need to be crystal clear on this one, personally.
Thank you for reminding us about that, Angela. I think it's quite easy to lose track of all of that. Ross.
Yeah, maybe just as a kind of building off Angela a little bit here, it's clear on the title that this is the consultation summary for phase 1. And maybe we just need to look at the in-front wording that there is still phase 2 to come and that'll be addressed in the future. And then matter of fact, what we heard, where we are in that, because I was rereading again what we've got around phase 2 public policy program, and I do think it's pretty factually correct to where we are in terms of the box. But maybe there's some framing up front so that people understand that there is still more to come. And I mean, that's, as Angela said, there was an AV on this. We responded to what we heard. That's why the project was split. From a resources perspective, we couldn't run them in parallel. So we are where we are. And I think, matter of fact, that's what we're communicating to people. And I think it's risky to be aspirational on where we might go before the board's had those decisions and discussions.
Okay, so I think, we will have a look at the drafting, but I think Angela's points are absolutely right in terms of how this is couched. I think we may also want to just think about the fact that, clearly there are a number of key points which sit up front in here, and that's to Claudia's point about this is the first of a new series of guidance. We need to acknowledge some of those points that Angela has raised probably up front, as much as because that is important, as much as then when we get into the detail here. So, I think we can cover in both places probably, and that gives it appropriate prominence in terms of what we've done, and that there is phase 2, wherever that gets to. Mr. Incoming Chair has nodded on that one. Okay. Thanks, Mike. Okay, so move us on back into the page for Dave.
So the last issue is issue 10, implementation support. That's on page 15.
Angela.
Thank you, Chair. I wondered if there was a way to be a little bit more specific, and it may come up in the next agenda item about some timing. I think just the way it reads, I do like the box presentation visual in terms of implementation, but it refers to the work program 24 to 28, which is the only date that appears, and it does seem like that's 4 years. And there's no sense that I expect most of this will be happening next year. Is there any way to give a flavour that this is more recent than just over the next 4-year work programme? To a flavour without locking yourselves into precise dates?
Ross, back on it.
So it is kind of difficult at the moment to give, much in terms of dates at the moment, because we're kind of focusing on getting this out the door and then turning ourselves to implementation. So we really don't have a good sense of timelines at the moment. Plus, we've got the work program consultation ongoing. So we haven't heard back on the priorities yet, but maybe that's the point we could highlight here, that as of this publication date, the work program is out for consultation. We are looking for feedback on that, and stay tuned for more information on the board's priorities in 2026 and beyond. That'll be decided later in 2026 after that. So I think, again, as it is a feedback statement, it's really, I don't want to implicitly tie the board into unrealistic timelines before we've had a chance to really work it through, especially while we're asking our constituents to tell us what their priorities are next.
Thanks, Ross. And again, to your point, Angela, then in terms of once the board has made decisions following the input, there is going to be a need to have some form of feedback statement as well on the work program decisions, without binding my successor at all, but he's nodding. But no, it's an important thing that we communicate what the board has done and the way in which it's considered constituent feedback. And so I think in a sense, actually, what we then have is actually we have a dialogue with our constituents as the board's thinking evolves. And I think also we're going to get into the next item as well, which will start to set some expectations. So there's a balance, but yeah. Over here, Adrian, you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. Sorry to go back to item 4, but I haven't noticed that we've been hovering so quickly over the 15 pages. So I go back to item 4, on materiality. I think there's a gap in the feedback, because the first decision was to decide that conceptually we would stick to the definition that is in the conceptual framework, implicitly considering that it applies to financial reporting as well as sustainability reporting. And respondents put the discussion on the grounds of a conceptual approach to the definition, and the response, when I say there's a gap, is that we just say, okay, we stick to our definition, and then we offer a practical complementary approach, that is making a materiality judgment and completing the phase 3. But in between, we give no argument to say, no, we persist to say that this definition can apply conceptually and effectively to both financial and sustainability reporting. I see there's a gap there in the feedback.
Alex, you want to come back on that?
Maybe just to quickly respond, I think what you're looking for here is a positive statement saying that the board took the view that this was the appropriate materiality definition, and to make that, a bit clear. That sounds fine from our perspective.
The board decided it's appropriate, not only just we decided to.
Yes,
stick to the.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Virginia. And I think that is important. So okay. So I think with that we're through the feedback statement, or
just the last page. I think page 15. I think is the diagram. The supporting and adoption implementation page 15. 16, sorry.
Okay. So I think there's, we've had a number of important comments there, and again, it's one of those things when you're down in the detail of the standard. I think it's, now we're coming back up and thinking, okay, how do we communicate what we've actually decided, and what we haven't yet decided as well. So thank you very much to staff for bringing that. So before we move into the next item, I might just pause and acknowledge the arrival of John Blondell, one of our PIC co-chairs, who's joining us for the rest of this week. So John, you're very welcome. Thank you. Also very appropriate actually you join us in this room when we're discussing climate-related disclosures, because you were here for the whole discussion that we had in 2022 when we were looking at the consultation paper. So welcome back in that nice sense of okay, so Alex, back to you.
Wonderful, thank you, Chair. So this brings us on to the final agenda item that we have relating to climate-related disclosures, looking at supporting adoption and implementation. So that was, of course, the final of our 4 areas that we covered within the consultation summary as well. But staff also developed a paper in response, actually, to a member from October, asking that we'd come back with a bit more of a detailed view on what the immediate work would be around adoption implementation following the final pronouncement. And in the paper itself, you'll see that it's structured around each of the quarters for 2026. But I thought for the purposes of our discussion here and just giving you a highlight, I'd like to show this to you thematically instead, covering the 4 areas on the slide. So to start us off, I think the main area that Karen and I and the team will be working on is the publication of IPSASB SRS1, so issuing that final pronouncement early in the new year, and then there'll be supporting communication that typically sits around that as well. So the at-a-glance, webcast, different updates that we're planning to do on the website itself. So that's more of the standard part of the course. At the same time, though, we'd like to focus on a series of outreach and awareness activities to further support the adoption and implementation. We're in discussions now around the launch event that you see listed on the slide here. The intention of that is to actually then, as we had at the exposure draft phase, to launch the exposure draft, having reached final pronouncement, to be able to bring together key stakeholders around the launch of the final standard itself. Early intention is that probably is going to be in late Q1, but we'll be very open and clear with the board in terms of when that firms up. And it's going to have to be soon because we're, of course, in December now. And January will be upon us, and we'll quickly be moving through to March. But we'll be as clear and quick as we can in communicating on that launch event soon. Alongside that, we also have a series of regional roundtables, of course, related to the work program consultation, but making full use of the synergies there to then encourage the adoption implementation and even additional awareness around SRS-1 for outreach. Separately, we've been talking about education material. And here, the focus has been on materiality for us to start, to be adapting existing private sector education material from the IPSASB. So that's the initial one that you'll have seen on the 4 quarters that were described for 2026. But of course, that's something that staff will continue to look at and bring back to the board as we work through an implementation phase if there's other opportunities for additional material in that area. When we talk about a knowledge resource, compiling a knowledge resource area, that's bringing together some of those private sector materials that we've already identified and put up on the website, but continuing to build on that and supporting those early preparers with implementation. And to be able to do that, I think we hopefully everyone will agree that the sustainability implementation form has been a really important mechanism for both bringing insights into the board, but I think this will be a new phase of thinking how we're going to encourage our SIF implementation leaders to now pick up this this final pronouncement, this standard. I'm used to saying that, Ger, to go to this final standard. And of course, when we looked earlier in this calendar year, we had an initial set of questions that we put out to implementation leaders. One of those was asking whether they would put their hands up to do a dry run report with this final pronouncement. So we're now reaching out to those implementation leaders who initially expressed an interest in either running a pilot or a dry run report. So hopefully some good news to bring back to the board on that soon. And in thinking about all of this, we also want to be really proactive and responsive to the broader preparer community. So this is very much going to be thinking about the insights that we bring from all of the outreach that we're doing, the communications coming back to make sure that we're shaping really effective adoption and implementation support materials into the future. But that's a thematic overview for you of those 4 areas of what we're looking to cover. Angela, as well, there is in the paper itself, with a number of caveats around it, initial views around the timelines, but that is going to be down to resource constraints, stakeholder needs, and doing our very best to address those in those constrained environments. But hope that's a useful forward view for everyone, and very much happy to take views on looking ahead and how we make the best of the final pronouncement.
Thank you very much, Alex. So yeah, open up for comments. Mike, lead us off.
Yeah, so thank you, Chair. This time just a question. In the agenda item paper on the launch event, there is mentioned the targeting investors and key stakeholders as potential participants. Why are you here highlighting investors? What is it group for investors? Because that seems to be a little bit like the IFRS world and not so perfectly in line with our primary users definition. So what are those investors you are targeting?
So it is an active discussion on who will be at that event. At the moment, we did have an approach from a group that was going to help us get global investors that focus on investments in sovereign bonds. So that was one of the reasons we were targeting that. But it looks like a bit of a shift in that event, and it will probably be more, I don't want to say much more at the moment. Maybe we'll update offline, but looking at something in Q1 that will be more focused on the global community supporting adoption implementation of the future standard. Just leave it at that, if that's okay.
Thanks, Ross. Yakuba.
So on the communication activities, I think we still need to have some communication activity on the existence of the CEF. So to me, it is a new one. It is doing good job, but maybe our constituents don't know very well about its activity. So we still need more activity on and communication on the CEF.
Thanks, Yakuba. I think that's a good suggestion. I do know when we speak to people, they are really intrigued with the Sustainability Implementation Forum, But you're right, not everybody's aware we're doing it. So maybe as a takeaway for staff, we'll have a look at where we talk about this on the website and maybe come up with a Q1 program supporting the rollout of the standard, highlighting that we have the SIF. And again, just a quick thanks to Renee and Henning from the board side who've been attending and helping us lead these SIF discussions. And I really do think we're breaking new ground with this group. If anything, we might be setting the bar high for across all of our projects and how we're using this. But for now, it's for sustainability only. And you're right, we should get the word out, do a better job of letting people know it's available and they can get involved.
Thanks for that comment. Other thoughts? I would just observe, interestingly, that we set up our sustainability reference group, and I note that the IPSASB now has an SRG. So I wonder if we'll see them having a SIF as well. Anyway, that's just me being facetious. Angela.
Thanks. And it's really just on the back of that conversation, it just reminds me, and it's really under implementation support. And I think Karen and Alex are all over this, but real life examples and peer real reports in different jurisdictions or how people have approached the standard in real life. I think how we get the community aware of useful examples to consider, I think will be very important. I think there's a double-edged sword though, because a lot of people will maybe take an evolutionary approach to the reporting, like do their best to meet all the requirements, but perhaps not. And so there is something around the sort of perfect report following the standard in its strictest sense versus here are some ways that people have started the journey, a little bit like accrual accounting in a way, that we've sort of done it in phases and we're moving forward. So, but I do think those practical examples are so helpful. So whether there's a way to, through the SIF maybe, to be for others to find these kind of examples, but not necessarily say they're fully in compliant with the standards. So it's kind of that evolutionary flavour in education, I think, and I'm not quite sure, I haven't thought it through, but it definitely is under that implementation support space.
So I think, hope I'm not stealing Alex's thunder on a couple of these points, but strategically, I think there are some important points that we need to start making with the SIF. So again, one of the things and decisions we set this up that we were clear on is anybody who wants to participate can join, but they need to be an implementation leader. So this isn't a development for the accounting profession, auditors, consultants to come and learn about this. It's for people to come and talk to us about what they're doing now on sustainability, what their challenges are, and when we set up originally to give us feedback on the exposure draft. Now we've morphed in from that and we're still focusing on implementation leaders, but I think one of the key parts of the communication that we work on should be inviting more implementation leaders to start to join and listen and talk with others who are working through this as a first point to getting some of those examples you're talking about. So we're already seeing a really good development within this group of sharing of experiences. And one of the real challenges that was put back to all of us through the implementation forum from the implementation leaders is they're struggling because at the moment they have to build their own reporting framework and they're putting a lot of time and effort into that. So as a starting point for the next phase, you now have a public sector reporting framework you can build off of, take that forward and share your experiences and how that's going. Positively, what we've learned from the implementation leaders is most of them are already building off of TCFD and our standards built off TCFD. So it's not a revolution what we're bringing out for them to use. It's more evolution. Now you've got public sector specific guidance and a full reporting standard. How's it going? What are you learning? What do you want to share with your peers? What's working, what's not working, what support do you need? And then once we have lists of that and understanding, then we can go out to the broader community and see if there's support available. Not all support should be coming from this board, from the resources we have. We have many friends in the community in the accounting profession friends who are joining us today from World Bank and other international institutions that already have programs supporting governments on the journey. So then we can help coordinate, like we have in our strategic plan, where we have all the actors in a PFM framework. Well, it's similar actors in the sustainability space that we can start to draw together to share those experiences. So I'll stop there, and I just think you hit the nail on the head, and I wanted to articulate how we're thinking about it so that as we take this forward, the strategy matches the operations of what we use this group for.
Alex, and then Adriana.
So just a little bit to add to what you've said there, Ross, in articulating that vision, where for me, Angela, in this, we have already within the SIF taken a model around case studies. So in some of the meetings, we have said, okay, can you share your experience to the rest of these implementation leaders? And I think that's a good place that we can build on that and bring that, because for me, a big part of this is actually articulating the value of undertaking public sector sustainability reporting. And there's few better places to hear that than directly through case studies and the practical experience of individual entities. So that very much at the front of our mind as we're moving ahead. And also, yeah, Karen's message was a helpful point here too, on the fact that when you're talking about these different parts of adoption implementation, maybe some people are progressing at different speeds, as you're suggesting. It could be that we actually have a dry run report covering portions of the standard. It doesn't have to be a big bang in this, and that's something we can support implementation, or we can work with implementation leaders and how they move ahead of that.
Just on that, I just wanted to say thank you. And I guess it's a little bit along the lines of Ross is now getting more deliberate and strategic about what our role is now. I suppose I wasn't articulating it very well, but I'm sort of conscious when do we facilitate other actors and when do we actually provide guidance for our standard? So I think it's in that space where at the moment it's all been helpful to develop a standard. Now we have a standard. It's being very deliberate about our role versus others, but equally it's a new area. Where do we help each other the best? So it is sort of being just a little bit more strategic and deliberate, because of course we don't have unlimited resources either. But the facilitation is almost facilitating others to talk is the real gold, I think, in my limited experience in this space.
I mean, I think it's interesting seeing how the IPSASB's approach has evolved, and I certainly think we can take a leaf out of the way that they've been doing it, which is very different for a standard assessor. I think we're acknowledging that it's a new area and so on. So I think again, without getting ahead of discussions next year, it does seem to me that it's going to be one of these things where we need to actually keep talking in terms of analysing what we're seeing going on in the landscape, and then actually calibrating how the board actually responds to that and so on. So yeah, I think it's going to be exciting. Adriana.
It's going to be even more exciting that this is a new and specific communication activity that we have to develop and design and implement, because it's the first step on the new path. So for preparers also, I mean, even if we believe that we provided a response to some of the concerns that we shared with them, there is a initial communication action that we need to think of and put in place. That is, have the preparers objectivate the standard. That is, at the end of this objectivation process, they will have an intimate conviction of the value and the need for that sustainability reporting standard. Because I would see it currently as something that comes out of, not exactly out of the blue, but out of internal reflection of the board, fed by some of the reflection of the preparers, but now it comes out and it comes in the hands of the preparers, and they have to take action now. So for that, it's a very specific line of communication. Not only help them understand what are the provisions, practical implementation of the standards, but more about deep inside the standard, have them understand why they would have to report on sustainability. And I'm not so sure that they link when they adopt the set of standards, the financial standards, I'm not so sure that they understand that they should be adopting the sustainability reporting standard and the links between the two. So probably, as I said, it's the first step on a new path, and we need to take them by hand to make that step. And this is the most complicated part of the communication. Then after that, when everybody is accustomed to the standard, okay, then we'll have the educational material, we'll help them, okay, have the feedbacks, etc. But now we have to make them make the first step.
Thanks, Virgin. I think that whole point about connectivity is very important, and that's one thing where actually we are unique in terms of one board actually covering both sustainability and financial reporting, which clearly the IFRS Foundation has two boards. So, okay. Any other comments then about the programme that the staff are proposing at the moment in terms of ANI support? Okay, good. Right. Well, I think as previously advertised, thank you very much, everybody, in terms of today's work. I think approving two final pronouncements, both public sector specific, is actually very good work for one day. And thank you very much for, all the work on the journey in both cases. So with that, we are going to close today's formal proceedings. We will start tomorrow morning, as previously advertised, at 9 o'clock with the work on the IPSAS GFSM, so exposure draft on that. Ross, anything further we should say, admin-wise?
So I see that Leah's just out of the room at the moment, but I'm assuming there will be coffee and snacks outside for anyone who wants to have the coffee break. And then I believe the plan is the Women's Network will continue after the coffee break. So it's 2:30 now. So I would say, unless Leah comes in and tells me otherwise, from 3 p.m. onwards, the Women's Network can start in the room.
Thank you, everyone, and see you tomorrow. Good work. Thank you.